Good morning. Welcome to a chilly Monday morning here. The 15th of December. Holy smokes, 10 days till Christmas. Wow. Jesus, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? So, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. All the usual disclaimers and things apply. There is also a disclaimer in the description here, but I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice. However, this is, again, my live trading journal, virtual trading journal. I trade live on using two software platforms, Bookmap and IRT. This is a live AMP futures account funded by me. So, and everything in the interest of accountability and transparency, everything that I'm doing or thinking is recorded here, including all live trades and preparation and anticipation, etc. So there's that. Now, it's as I said, my virtual trading journal. I stream 1440p, so if it's not good on your side with YouTube, click the gear and select that. I'm not monetized in any way, so your subs and likes are super, and throw something in the chat. That's great too. Top of the morning this morning, top thing you should be paying attention to is we've rolled to the H6 contract on the minis and NASDAQ, etc. You can see them over here. This is the rolled contract. There's the previous. We've rolled from the Z5 to the H6. The best way to tell what you've got happening here is a quote page. Now, you'll see that the H6 contract has 111,000 traded so far, and the MES has 106. So we have already surpassed volume. That's usually my criteria to make sure I don't trade the forward contract until the volume has exceeded the old one, and it looks like it already has. So that's interesting. Yeah, I stream this to YouTube for transparency and accountability. It's a permanent record. The idea here is that my screens capture everything in video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. So there you go. Let's get to the numbers now, which are the pretty important, I guess you could say. And they're pretty light today. We only have one, and it's out, but it was one hell of a miss. There's Empire State. Tomorrow is going to be huge. Tomorrow is going to be core retail, non-farm payroll for November. This will be a big deal. And of course, non-farm payroll, as with all of our scheduled reports, financial and economic. We know well in advance that when they're coming and at what time, so you can make plans for that. This is an effort of the boys and girls back in D.C. trying to catch up with the big mess from the government shutdown. So that's be very aware of what's happening tomorrow. Also, there'll probably be an increase in margin requirements. So depending on what kind of account you're trading, keep your eye on that stuff. There's no earnings out this week. And let me say at the outset here that this is investing.com. It's my original go-to news source. I like the presentation here, especially for screen snapping and putting in Discord or wherever else. You can filter it any way you want. And I mean anyway, whether you're, if you're in Asia and you want to only watch the Nikkei, then you can have those reports here, etc., and time zones, etc. It's free. Yeah, of course you can pay if you want to, and I'm sure they'd be happy about that. The other more newer, I should say, news source that I also watch is Financial Juice. Again, free. Again, filter for however you want. The difference is, in so far what I've figured out, the calendar here I'm not real crazy about, but they add, random things down here. If, for example, some of these random risk events that we don't know, that aren't scheduled, aren't normal financial or revenue reports, they add them over here, which is handy and I appreciate that. The right side over here is more of a squawk box. And so there you go. I'm just reading these. Sorry about that. Okay, let's get with the pre-market, which is pretty important. Okay, I've already discussed the big event of the day is the rollover. We've rolled from the MES Z5 contract to the ES H6 or MES H6, also with the NQs. Typically, as I said a minute ago, the biggie is the volume. Whichever contract has the most volume is what you should trade. That's essentially the front month. Expirations, official expirations the 19th, which is this Wednesday. So we're doing pretty well. Okay. This is the MES, MNQ, and this is my MES full session, which is every time I do that and it goes away. I don't know why. This is the micro composite chart. Now it is a RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I continue the volume draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them. That generates my micro composite chart and micro composite volume profile, which in turn produces a micro composite volume point of control, etc. And then these red and green lines here are the high and low volume nodes for this micro composite volume profile, and they push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. I also plot the same configuration in the minis. This is the market profile for the ES. I don't do it for the micro. It's pretty much the same. And then we have the bookmap. So here is the DOM, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. It is prices and resting liquidity on the bid and on the ask. Micro composite column, again, where I've entered these manually. And the high and low volume nodes, which look like that. Push automatically. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile, which will reset at 8:30 this morning. Let's hope, fingers crossed. And this is my notes column to do for statistics. Important for me. And the first thing I do every day is change the column title to reflect the open type for today. There are only 4 open types associated with the statistics. And how I determine those is really simple. There's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to previous RTH close? There's the close. So it's higher than the close, and it is within range, which you can't really see on Bookmap at this point because of the rollover, but here's range. Okay, and here we are trading. We are within previous RTH range. So the title then of the column is going to be higher in range. And the reason I do this is when I look at a snap or the screen or the stream, I can see that column and immediately have a lot of information about the pre-market. Now we're going to clear this column because today we're going to input the new statistics for today alongside their associated price levels. These are the session prices pushed from Bookmap, pushed to Bookmap from IRT, excuse me. And this is the heat map for Bookmap. You can see these little striations here are reflect the resting liquidity in the book. You can make them as obnoxious as you want to. Anyway. And notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. And I keep all the colors and, for the respective levels and lines consistent between IRT and Bookmap. We have a POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow. We have one for the RTH session. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. For the H6 contract, the overnight volume point of control is 2375. That we have traded 2,464 contracts. The minute one of these other prices says 2,465, this line's going to move there. That's all. It's just a marker of the most traded price. Simple. And of course, the yellow line plots to keep track of where they migrate back and forth. We have a VWAP, volume weighted average price, for both, and we have a mid for the RTH. VWAP for both, I mean the Globex and the RTH. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people because of the naming. It's just an old market profile term for initial balance. These two levels all these levels represent is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. I'll be right back. So let's take a look at the statistics chart or system here and how we pull those. This is the homework study or the statistics study from IRT. You see the 4 open types. We've just determined we're going to open higher in range. Now IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30 this morning. So we're going to open higher in range. This system is really simple. It looks back at 1,638 trading days, the most recent 1,638 trading days. Of these 1,600 days, we opened higher in range 502 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 408 times, 81.3%. Overnight volume point of control. 1.3. Wow, what's going on here? This new mouse and I aren't getting along. 1.3. And that's just as complicated as this gets. Now I'm just going to go down the list. The next is overnight mid, 75.1. Overnight mid, 75.1. Isn't it amazing? Pretty tricky, huh? Uh-oh, it's tricky if I can't get them lined up, I guess. Overnight high, 74.7. That's got to be right up here. See there? There you go. Excuse me. Oh, come on. Get up there. Boom. I don't know what to do with this mouse. I don't like it. What I'm looking for now is IB high. There we go. Now let's look at the low. It's too far away. IB low, 60.8%. You see? Right there, 60.8%. IB low. IB low. The reason I'm doing this, I want to show you something specific about these. The initials by this. Now, I do that because the second we open, this price is going to go up here. Won't be here anymore. And I'll wonder what this statistic was. Now let's get back to the normal stuff. Value area high is 70.9. That's right there. Previous close, 70.1. Just did the IB low. The IB high is way above us. I'll do that later. Overnight low is 49. And that's got to be way down here in the boondocks somewhere. Mm-hmm. Value area low. We'll pick that up while we're down here. 56. Oh, good. Now, this is a really good example here. How can we get to 56 if we don't get to 49 first? Huh? Well, obviously, that highlights the fact that these are probabilities. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand. This just represents the probability as described. The number of, the probability or the percentage of time that these values were revisited when we opened higher in range, looking back over a data set of 1,638 days. That's all there is to it. Pretty simple, huh? Here's the previous POC from Friday. Now, these values are adjusted. When I roll over, I adjust all of these values by the markup, which is 59.75 points. So there we go. I'm going to call that square. That's going to be good enough for me today, I think. Yes, sir, Bobby. The next thing I'm going to do here is the TLab snap. And that's something that I do every day at 8:20. I first push the reports in there at about 6 in the morning. And then I push the TLab, the snap, every day at 8:20. And what is the TLab? It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started by a guy named Tom B. He continues to lead it, I believe. And the snap I push in there every day at 8:20 is this one. And it's to give all of those folks in there that don't have similar charting to this every level they can imagine. So I just kind of a ingratitude for Tom. Early on, I don't know, a couple, 3, 4 years ago, when we first got back to the States, I stumbled across the TLab and I found it refreshing and informative. Tom is a professional trader, 46 plus years of experience. And I will say that he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades, and there's no verified, account statements or anything like that. But I believe him. And there's a good crew of people in there, I found. And so I, out of gratitude, I guess, for providing some sort of a nice environment in this crazy world of internet, I do those 2 snaps every day. I don't participate in there anymore like I used to, anymore, really, except for those 2 snaps every day. So there you go. Because I'm focused on this stream, which is my virtual trading journal, suggested over there, actually. So there's that. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room, by the way, which is sponsored by Bookmap, obviously. However, one of the things that was refreshing and one of the reasons why I stuck around there a little bit was you're never solicited for anything. And I can't make that statement for any other bookmap site, Discord or otherwise, or most any other site on the internet, because certainly I haven't visited them all. But the 1 or 2 others that I did visit, they, were typical. The third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. And that's fine that's what they want to do, but I'm not interested. So I think that covers that. Let's get on to something more applicable now. Let's get on to, do you think it would be important to be able to trade today? I think so. So in order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel. Select a method you will use to trade with the application or execute on the application with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. DOM, or the DOM columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both columns. I use and recommend multi-brackets. Whatever platform you're using, by all means, figure out you can trade with brackets, and don't ever not do that, in my opinion. Just my opinion, remember. Not my way or the highway, my opinion and what I do. This is the way the risk-neutral 2-lot system or risk-neutral methodology is introduced, and the smallest package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be even. 2 lots. The next thing you determine is the stop loss for the entire package, and in order to do that, you need to have the first criteria that I think you should pay attention to is your account risk parameters. Think about that. Also, what's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? Many things, and it should all be done during your homework period away from the live market. not now. So we've established this package size and the number of stop loss size, and that by doing so, the first risk neutral scale, or T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for 12 ticks, or the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner, and you can do as many different things as you want to do. You know, take your pick. Let your conscience be your guide. And there we go. So now we can trade. The trade control, the button's green, the padlock's open, and notice that we have these, or I have these metrics up here. And they're the same as here. I'm not going to use any of the tools in the trade control panel anymore because I use multi-brackets. So I confirm the package size, and I can click the button again. It stays green. All my metrics are here. I get to cancel all, close all, and I get my real estate back. Now we can trade. And I am going to delete from the database. And why would I need to download all that data? Because we are volume is well over, well, not phenomenally over. We're at 216,000 contracts right now on the ES, and the ES is 211. 220 on the MES, H, and 112 on the Z. So what I'm going to do on Bookmap is, now that I've saved, updated, brought my levels across, I'm going to delete the MES. Yes, I'm going to just by unsubscribing, and the ES. And I'm going to show you something here in a second. Remember when we went all through setting up the trade control panel? Notice what happened here. The minute you move away from the instrument where you activated the trade control panel, it automatically and immediately resets to off. So you have to go, it'll remember the micro brackets and all those things, but you have to go back and reinitial the trade control panel. Real important. You can also set your hotkeys up to trade with your keyboard, but you need two things to remember. The focus of the computer must be on the application for the hotkeys to work. You have to have the trade control panel activated. And there you go. And now what are we doing? What happened here? Why are they doing this, these fools? So we'll wait for the open and let's see what happens. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I've been monkeying around with the reset for this volume profile, this RTH profile column for a while. Yeah, you're right. I've been talking for who knows how long on a muted mic. Well, thanks a lot, Antonio. That's why we pay you the big bucks, dude. I to wonder how long that's been going on. Anyway. Yeah, so we've rolled to H6. I guess you know that. Be careful. The volume is tradable, and my typical criteria is when the volume on the new contract is greater than the volume on the previous contract, it's okay to go, and that's what we have now. Still screwing with Bookmap and the this volume profile story. What I've started doing now, which what I was just playing with here, is I've started adding seconds, like putting 15 seconds in here or something else. And I'm going to just leave this alone for today, and we'll see what happens going forward. And Bookmap support has been all over it, trying to say, I've sent them countless log files and BS. Their final suggestion was roll back to a version that I could remember worked. I didn't think that was a very good reason to be paying somebody a couple $100 a month, but they're trying, but they just can't seem to. They've also now said update to 7.7. I'm on version 7.6 point some damn thing. I don't know what. 7.6.0 build 30, and they said update to 7.7. So maybe I'll try that away from the live market, of course. If you're going to roll your stuff, Antonio, it's 59.75 points added to previous levels if you roll them. I don't know what you do, how you do that. And that's real simple for anybody else. That's just the difference between settlement on the new contract and settlement on the previous contract. That's all there is to it. 59.25. So that's it. And then you determine that from settlement to settlement. Then if you're on Bookmap, you take the MC column and export it to CSV file, make the adjustment on whatever you use, Excel or whatever. Be sure you change the symbol title to H6 from Z5, and then save that and re-import it, and there you go. All of your levels and everything from before, and all your, all of the naked volume, points of control, gaps, blah, 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 are all there. It's pretty simple. If I can figure it out, it's got to be. Simple Simon. Well, remember, we got 10 days to Christmas, so, and a rollover. It's just magic, isn't it? Now, also, real important to note, they're playing catch up with reports. Tomorrow, we're going to have the non-farm payroll at 7:30 Central Standard Time for November. And if you think I'm lying, maybe. Okay, tomorrow, there we go. Non-farm payrolls for November, 07:30. There you are. And a bunch of others, core retail, and I guess they're trying to play catch up from all that stupidness. S&P PMI. Let me see. So we'll probably have a rate. We'll definitely have a margin bump. And I don't know about anybody else's, obviously, system, but AMP, will increase the margin rates on the open this evening at 1700, and they will last until after the reporting. So, keep that in the back of your little head in case you have an account or are trading a instrument that you need to pay attention to. What happens with AMP anyway, in my experience, is the rate goes up to, and it's driven by CME, so it's probably universal, I guess. The rate goes to 25% from the typical margin of, say, $300, $400, $500, whatever you've got. It goes up to 5,000. It goes up to 25% of the nominal. So that can ruin your whole flipping day. If you don't know that, I'm not, It doesn't mean you're suddenly going to be losing, X amount % more money if you have a stop. What it means is you're not going to have the margin requirement if you put a trade on, i.e., you're going to get a margin call for nothing. I'm a little bit hard pressed to understand. Well, it's none of my business, I guess, but I could understand it if they raised, if those rates jacked 1 hour before the event or something like that, but just all night, the entire ETH session, I guess they figured their people are posturing for it, and it's going to be volatile, a higher increased volatility is how it works. It's not arbitrary. It's based on increased volatility, just like options stuff. Expected move, increased volatility. All the same stuff. Yes, I'm crazy. No, please. Thank you so much. What the hell? Okay. I'm trying to do something over here and I got the wrong. I'm fixing Blue Boy. I suspect he's been drinking this weekend. You never know. There we go. That's good enough. Well, we're still a little shy on the volume profile up here, and I'm not going to mess with it. I can tell you my default is IRT because that I can set and that I know. I know, and like I think I mentioned before, I keep the colors consistent between IRT and Bookmap. Yeah. IBs, VWAP, handle volume nodes, all that stuff. Developing volume point of control, the yellow brick road here. Over here, same story. IB high, IB low. Now, you see how the flag is off from the line? That's not a bug. That's a behavior within Bookmap. The minimal refresh time I can set on the cloud note column is a minute. And the boys and girls who coded the line indicator obviously have it set for less. Here it goes again. Now, the data that drives both the flag and the line indicator is the same exact data pushed by IRT real time, every 30 seconds. And it's just a matter of the refresh rates that Bookmap uses. You see how the IB low is catching up here now, and pretty soon the high will, I hope. And God, it's so weird. I may try to roll up to 7.7. I don't know. We'll see. I think I've got everything else. I made some pretty a pretty interesting improvement in the back test, i.e. I should say, an improvement in my initial balance strategy, which was verified by the backtesting. Basically, I've worked out how to apply a bit of a context filter around the entries, because I know I've talked about that lately and it's been bothering me. So I worked on that over the weekend and it made a substantial difference. And I can prove it. I like proving stuff. Oh, shit. This is a screen snap, but I posted somewhere else, but it's quicker than me starting up the system. It's quicker than me starting this thing up. This is the back test of a 12-12-48 no trail, 495 days, 1,066 trades. This is the profit without the contextual filter. 14,000 MES, remember, $14,561. This is with the filter, 18,983. Oh, I'm sorry. So, better than a third. So I'm thinking that's a pretty cool idea. And now that system is what the computer is trading now. I've also added in the system that's on this chart, I've also got a scale, which I'm working on a scale from when we achieve T1, it goes to a scale. I want to see how that works out. And it'll plot I'm plotting the stop to make sure that it's trailing as it's supposed to. And there you go. While I'm over here, I guess it's important to point out that this trading system is for the initial balance trades, and I'm able to send it to this chart. Simulated account, simulated, no instruments in the trading list. I don't want IRT sending anything to my Bookmap account. My AMP live trading account. What I do through the day, at this point, it will eventually, but at this point, what I do is it's now plotting a trade like it is here. So when a trade fires on the system, I manually enter over here on Bookmap in the live rhythmic. Both of them are driven by rhythmic data, but I enter it here live just for the sake of paranoia, I guess. But hey, it's my money, and I think I really, really, definitely understand and believe that risk management is the ultimate key to success as a trader, a day trader like we are. Your prime directive, your prime responsibility as a day trader, is to maintain and preserve, maintain and grow via compounding your account. And the first tenet of doing that is risk management. That's why I'm trading minis or micros. And I have a size up tool and a bunch of stuff, which I'll go through later. Okay, so there we are. I think that's enough of that. And 8:52, and here we go. Okie dokie. Where are we? Well, this IB low's keeping up pretty well. The high is not making any maneuvers here, and that's kind of disappointing to me. What have we got for the high over here? 69.31. Yeah, quarter. Well, that's about right. It's just the volume profile that's not picking up this little bit of volume here because of that restart time. So there you go. I give up. What else is going on here? Let me see what else I forgot. I'm on the right screen. I'm not muted. That's a start in the right direction. It's Monday. It's cold. It was freezing. Still only 34 F, which is, 1 degree C. It is getting sunny, so hopefully that'll help. I'm only worried about the critters outside. That makes me feel bad, always. Take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy, I guess. Well, now what we're doing, we're getting down here to Mr. 70 boy over here. We're getting to the back to the close, huh? And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? What is that, really? Well, that's responsive selling to take profit overnight. And, here's where we closed. There's where we opened. So they traded it up all this way overnight. And now it's responsive selling back to where we started, the scene of the crime. That's hopefully I got that into the pre-market. That's part of it. Every day is an assessment of what I think is going to happen at the open. And it's common sense, man. None of this is some mysterious spookiness. Look at this VPOC migration here, Antonio. Wow. I bet somebody's rich, huh? Not me. I still don't have that figured out. And let's see what's going on over here in the bull rushes here. What are you doing that for? Okay. This is the chart. I think I went all through that stuff. Hopefully. These are the rules. This is being pushed to the chart. It's in the simulator, so I'm not going to have some obnoxious surprise. At this point. I'm going to smack this over here so I can see it easier. Oh, God. Hate that. Thought I was getting away with that when I got this different mouse. And surprise, surprise, surprise. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, let's see where we go now. So here is last Friday, RTH session today. There's the pullback and continuation and trigger zones aren't plotting because it's not 9:30, so that's all normal. Open it up a little bit. I made some other changes to the rules in that rather than say close within a specific level, it's equal to or inside, just to see how that works. The way to do this, or the way I'm approaching this, is that I have a back test. Then I make one change, one rule, then I back test. See the difference, good or bad. That's the only way I know to do this in any kind of a systematic way. And so far it's working out okay. I'm real curious to see how this new hootenanny is going to work with the with that context in there, that bit of a context filter on the entries. All flags will be firing, and then there'll be a context, an entry context. And I'm also curious to see if my vPound variables or my user variables flags get the signal markers lined out sequentially as they are supposed to be, rather than all over the board. So we'll see what happens. And there we have it. The first bracket is in. The first 30 minutes is down the tube right here. Here's today. Everything seems to be okay. They keep shoving that down. 68.90 half. Isn't that cute? Wow, I love it when a plan comes together, huh? What am I doing now? Something. Let's check. This grade, or the gradients over here, all of this stuff is just a reflection of it's a visual graphic depiction of the order book. That's all this is. That's all the heat map is. Now, do I need to change this a little bit to get rid of all this crap here? That's a good idea. Probably. Let's see how to do all that. Oop. The legacy heat map gives black. If you don't have legacy, it's this thing, which is a greeny looking story, and I am not crazy about that. So, and I don't do all of this stuff, like a lot of, and whatever works, It is not my way or the highway. This is whatever works. Lower cutoff, upper cutoff. Let's see what happens if we do this. Oh, that helps a little bit. Maybe just, I don't know. I don't know what the hell this stuff actually does, to be honest with you. Seems like a lot more trouble than it's worth. You see what the liquidity is. We got a stack of hundreds laying out here on both sides, up, 10 handles wide. Or not 10 handles. Yeah. There's 10 handles. Stack out of 100, and they're pretty flat across the board. So that's understandable, I guess. The other thing to do would be to switch it to from exact size to that. And what does that do? Display lower cutoff on the toolbar. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm going with exact size. What does the upper do? Oh, that's not so bad. Let's go exact size. Doesn't seem to work the same. You see that? That's why I pay very little attention to that heat map. Some people rely on it really heavily. They have, and great, you know, if it works. I mean, they've got all kinds of stuff, every color and ball and stuff going on you can imagine. For me, actually, sometimes I see a snap of someone who's, I can't even find price. I can't find the last price, which is great that they can, if it works, like I said, if it works for them, phew, don't change whatever you do. Do not change it. Okay. Well, we're 100,000 on the E's, and we're about 100,000 or so on the micros. So I think it's probably safe to just delete that. I'll probably do so. Open interest. 185 million. 58 million. Oh, dyslexia is a great thing. This quote pages suck up a lot of RAM, I believe. And I can re-add this stuff at any time. But let's just go with where we are. What's happening over here? Well, we traded right down through where we closed, and now we got a little lower, and now we're back up here. Isn't that cute? Right at the scene of the crime. Close, RTH, boom. Okay. Well, no signals. That's good. It's not 9:30. That would be a big problem if that were happening. What are you doing? Has this thing caught up yet? Well, no. And it won't until we trade up here somewhere. So if you notice that discrepancy, sorry. But I'm not messing with it. Okay. Responsive selling, profit taking, right back down to the B-shaped profile from Friday, which is long liquidation. What a surprise. The market goes down to go up to go down to go up to go down to go up. And what might happen? You know, it's not like it's a new idea. And it's important to remember that this is a binary market. It can only go up or down, 50-50. That's the reality that is really important to grasp. Why trying to predict the market is a fool's game. It's a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So, there you go. Everything's working now, though. Okie dokie. Look at that open. Bam. Talk about an opening drive, huh? Or dive. Maybe that's the way to say it, an opening dive. Definitely directional. So far. And we got Antonio's little staircase over here with the VPOC migrations. These volume bubbles or balls here, I guess, I hardly ever talk about this stuff. These are colored by delta, size and colored by delta. So this is net selling, net buying, you know. I can tell you one thing, they're going south. I can tell you that with a vengeance. My whole focus at this point is on, let's see, did we get this reset? Let's just check that all this stuff's working. Okay. Make sure these other lines and levels are happening. So there's the Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price. And it's a fair argument when I say in the pre-market that I don't have indicators on my book map or my IRT. It's a fair argument that the volume weighted average price, VWAP, is an indicator because it's calculated. I guess that's the definition. So is the mid, if you want to think about it that way, and so is the POC. But when I speak of indicators, I mean, MACDs and that volume, moving moving averages and that kind of stuff. A bunch of secret stuff that I keep secret, I keep them behind the paywall, Oh, look at the mid. Oh, and this has been taken out, but just because I'm anal. Obviously, these things are live, right? I mean, this is not things, any of these levels from the overnight, the high or the low or the mid or whatever else, they are all dynamic right up until the open. So try to make sure they're correct for the purposes of the stream and of any screen snaps. Remember this, I look at this stuff historically. Well, what's going on here? Nada pinata. So this little hiccup of volume right here is what we're missing on the market profile for the volume profile on Bookmap RTH. This little, it stepped in right here. And we have no signals, so that the user variables are all correct. I'm really hopeful that this is going to be, they're going to work as I have them planned. I have not figured out a way to be able to test them away from the live market. So that's a shame. Oh, look at here. Look at this. Did you just notice this? I did. These are wrong. See this? I'm going to get, and there's the H6. Below us is a Z. I got to get rid of these. It's no wonder. We have one on the Z, it says, which can't be correct. God damn thing. Come on. This can't be right. It isn't 9:30. How can that be right? How can we have any flags here if it's not? If they haven't been reset. Son of a bitch. Not good, boys and girls. Okay, that's right. Why is it the other one? Looks like it's this one that's upside down here. Okay, there we go. That can't be right. Why didn't they update? That's supposed to reset at the open. And why won't this thing come back to life like it's supposed to? There we go. Jesus Christ. I gotta, it's like everything else, I can upgrade I was going to upgrade my POC or my CPU, just bite the bullet and go to the only one I can upgrade without, new motherboard and everything else is upgrade to a 14900K. I have a 12900 now, an i9. But as usual, you have to pay attention to the important little bits, right? So I can't do that with my cooler. The 14900K is a lot hotter CPU. So I would have to upgrade my AIO, which is the liquid cooler. And to get to a 420 millimeter, which is required for the 14900, doesn't fit in my case. One thing after the other. So I just kind of put all of that aside for a while. We'll see what happens. I guess I got this back to business now, son of a bitch. So let's get on with something here. I'm all discombobulated this morning. We've rolled over, remember, and now we're going to talk about my trades, which are the initial balance trades. And what are the initial balance trades? Well, first of all, they're not a thing until 9:30 because that is the definition of the initial balance. They are just the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there can be no initial balance statistic, which is the first signal in my trading system, until 9:30. Okay, and what a little bit more about the initial balance statistic itself and why I lean on it. Here we are at IRT again, and you notice how they very graciously highlighted the correct open type. So I was correct in my determination early this morning in the pre-market. And also you notice that they highlight in blue from black or gray any level that's been revisited, POC, mid, value area high, previous mid, previous POC, previous overnight low, I'm sorry. And what up here? Well, the IB high, the IB statistics are not revisited yet. What a surprise. Why are they important? Because there is a greater than 0.6% probability, 97.6% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session after 9:30, between 9:30 and 1600. Well, that's a hell of a statistic. So that's why I have it as my first rule. Then I have a couple other things, and there you go. So that's how the statistic works. Let me also say, and let's get back over here to Bookmap. So here we are. We're pushing that statistic down, right? We're pushing the IB lower because it's not 9:30 yet. So this is going to continue to migrate down. We are not taking out the IB low. It isn't a thing. So be patient for 4 more minutes. And they're falling out of bed pretty hard. There's no question about it. There's the previous RTH low. There's a statistic about that you can bet. Let's take a look. I didn't go down that far and look around, but we can do that right now. The previous low is 34.8% of the time. 34.8. What does that mean? Nothing. It means that 160 1,639 days historically in that data set, we have revisited this price when we've opened lower and higher in range 34.8% of the time. And that equates to 175 instances out of 1,639. That's what it means. Nothing more, nothing less. Also, though, you notice that the gap right down to the gap high from the 26th, and that was a stupid little gap, I'll grant you. We've taken this one out, so let's do my workflow here, which is when levels are revisited, I change the text to black until after the market or the weekend or when I remember, I take them off of here. We've revisited this, of course, and now we're going to, it will, but every day it changes. You know, it was revisited, it was taken out right here as we see. And then at the end of the day, assuming price continues to overlap, this volume profile will be increased to encompass today, and a new volume micro composite volume point of control will be in place, whatever, something. I hope, yeah, okay, there you go. Okay, oh, a minute and a half, baby. This is a good opportunity for my suggestion. Do not get all hurry, scurry, and blurry and trade in anticipation of the statistic. That, what's going on here? That has been a real bummer for me. And what do I mean by that? Well, we haven't, it's not 9 now. We still have a minute. So this is not a new initial balance statistic. Okay. In 45 seconds, there will be a low down. This will not move down anymore. But what frequently happens is everybody gets real excited that this is going to be the IB low that is taken out. So they get short in anticipation of that statistic. And then price does this. Whammo, zammo, and they're all stopped out and wondering why. And that's going to happen right now. If anybody did that, if you have anticipated the IB low and thought it was a slam dunk, guess what happened? You're stopped. If you're using a 3-point stop like I am. Do not trade. My advice, don't trade in the direction or in anticipation of the initial balance statistic. Or any of them, as far as that goes. Now, at 9:30, the pullback and continuation and trigger zones will show up around the initial balance high and low. And those are key levels for my, look at here. You see what I mean? There is 9:30. We have, there they are. There they show up. Good boys. But you see this? Did we take the statistic? No. Are you underwater by 7 handles? Yep. I'm not saying anything other than that. Do what you want, but. And now let's look at over here. So here are the labels, and the levels are plotting right there and there and there and there and there. And what is, oh, it's taking the trade. Look at that. Right at 9:30. Wow, that's impossible. I gotta see about that. A short, by the way. So that's not a good thing. A short and a stop, I think, almost. I'm not doing any of that, but but we let's see how could that possibly have happened? It could not. So something's wrong there with that. I made some change that isn't right. I'll have to be sure and figure that one out later. That's why I trade manually on Bookmap what I see on the charts, okay? And the reason that's impossible is there can be no A, there can be no B because we haven't taken the statistic yet. And that's the first rule. That's A. So something is amiss. I have to figure out what the hell I did wrong there somehow. I didn't change anything like that. Huh. Okay. Well, anyway, that's why I'm doing this, you see. That's why I'm doing it on micros. Wouldn't that have been a disaster if that was trading live and that just lost $300, which is what the three point stop is on the minis, you see? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is all crazy. I got to get to the bottom of that. I don't know what I did, but I'm not very happy about it. That's pretty for sure. Okay, but I'm still trading, with my brain, and that's, some might argue that, I think it's a good thing, and some might argue that point, I guess. Okay, oh, here's another one of those migrations there, my brother. That really irritates me. And I see one other problem here that exists, and that is that the V80 is still showing flag, and that was not reset. So that's got to be changed. I do these screen snaps because I can look at the time and the general condition and see what was wrong, right? And then I just highlight oops. I like the oops over here. And there we go. This is my way of taking notes. Remember, the whole purpose of this journal is because I don't multitask well. I think journaling is important. But this provides me the ability to never take my focus off the market. I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and doing things like that. I mean, sometimes I do things like I just did, but you know what I mean. And I want to have everything I need important to trade right here on the hard right edge, which I pretty much have. So, I have all of what I'm seeing. Remember that I'm looking at both of these monitors at the same time. They're right in front of me on a 4-monitor rack here in this stand-up. And so my voiceover is the way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the stream or the recording. And yeah, this is not good right here. That reset didn't happen. That would be that's the IB flag. That's how I'm doing these. And this is the stop. So it trailed up. Scratch, which is not right. Okay, so let's see what happens now if we come down and get somewhere. And maybe I'll have to erase that trailing stop because the line's going to continue on and that irritates me. But anyway, let's get back over here to the business at hand and see what we can see. So now we still have not taken the initial balance statistic. And let's verify that. Let's see what Uncle IRT has to say. Oh, look at here. Has not been taken, right? It's not blue. Has not been revisited. So I'm right. So the signal is doing something crazy. I don't know what, but anyway. That was not a problem, and nor has it been for weeks now. So I did something over the weekend, which is, I did a lot of something over the weekend, so we'll see. And what are we doing? Well, here's the IB. We've got to take the trading system works like this. A, the IB statistic. B, pullback zone or continuation zone. And C, or the trigger, is the trigger zone. It's real elementary, real simple. That's, I believe, important. I believe that is important. Well, okay, if I'm doing something stupid, somebody let me know here. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I stream in 1440p high definition, so if it's not clear on YouTube, smack the gear thing there and set it 1440p. The reason I stream these, by the way, to YouTube is for an additional layer of transparency and accountability, number one. Number two, the stream is 7 hours long every trading day. Well, I'm never going to stand around and listen to 7 hours of this thing. So I have the time snaps and the chapters in there as accurately as I can get them. And by streaming it to YouTube, I'm able to review it on any other device. Yesterday, I went for my 12 mile walk, and I was able to listen to the stream from Friday on my phone, So that's that. Some of these VPOC migrations are sweet, and they would be excellent, if you looked at any of them here. This one could have been a little spooky. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go so far. My problem with them is that with that setup is that I've never been able to successfully identify the qualifying parameters for the entry. I mean, today, right here, right now, in this thing, sure. VPOC migration, test up, test up, test up, test up. And, then tomorrow it's going to be VPOC migration, test up, and fly up to the VWAP and stop. Yeah, it's just, it was a very low probability setup for me when I was tracking them before. Not as diligently with specific rules, but there you are. So what do we got? What do we have? I don't think what have we got is a proper. Another VPOC migration. Excuse me. You're keeping me up. The only thing that I can suspect this was to do with, the only change I made that might have had some, let's see, was that criteria, which is, obviously the criteria is down. Huh? So that would have been correct, but the signal should not be, this should not fire and would not have, I don't know. There's supposed to be an 80, an 82, an 84 if you're going to do a failure. Never mind. I'll have to redo it. I'll have to rethink it all. What I will do now, once it looks like we're going to approach the initial balance or the A signal, which we have not yet. Get this over here. There we go. Just so I can look at it. I will do some configuration here on Bookmap so that I can drill in and scrutinize those signals. And in the back of my mind is the fact that it's rollover. It's the first day on rollover on the new contract. I knew when I learned market profile from a floor trader and a retired local, and there were 2 or 3 others in the same room thing there. They wouldn't trade the entire rollover. They wouldn't trade it. He wouldn't trade this week. No, I'm not trading rollover. And that was kind of their philosophy, I guess. I don't know how they could have done that on the floor, but I don't think they could have. But then on the floor, they had a license to steal, basically, and they could see paper coming in, so they just front run everything. They had the unfair, perhaps unethical advantage. They provided liquidity for sure, but they did so. They made a hell of a lot of money at the expense of everybody else. Is my opinion of it. Here's a perfect example of what would have normally, I'm all excited. Okay, here we go. VPOC migration. Yeah, okay, VPOC. Yeah, that worked fine. That worked fine. That worked fine. That worked fine. Okay, I'm going to do this one. Oh, wait a minute here. Now, okay, using my 2-lot risk neutral package or any kind of a package, number of lots doesn't matter. It's the package parameters that do. Could be, 5 lots, 4 lots, whatever. 4 lots should be even. It would have been a risk neutral scale, right? So that would mean This would not be a loss, but it would have certainly been a scratch, assuming you got scaled properly. Okay. Oof. What I'm going to do, if and when we get near those initial balance lows, is widen out, add a couple elements here to Bookmap so that I can confirm exactly what's happening when. No need at this point. And let's see if we've got any sure I have thing in here for. Oh, there we go. See, okay. See if we've got any unidentified critical risk on the horizon here. Now, what I'm talking about is these are known scheduled reports and data points, right? Tomorrow is going to be non-farm payroll from November. That's not typical on a Tuesday ever. It's to catch up from the government shutdown. Typically, non-farm payroll is the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, and everybody, you can count on that for donkey's years. But that's a risk that you know in advance and you can mitigate for. What I'm talking about here is, well, there isn't any yet, which is great. Some sort of a random thing that comes up that we haven't known in advance. A press conference, somebody's going to speak about something. Those kind of things, financial juice picks up here, and you'll see them like this, which is really one of the main reasons I keep financial juice open all the time. I can give you an example of one of those right here. This 229 point drop was precipitated by a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Completely out of no place. So that's an unidentified critical risk, in my opinion. No political statement, it's the fact. And there's no way to mitigate for that in advance because you don't know it's coming. So the only thing I can say to do in this environment that we're in is to only use bracket orders, only trade vetted A+ setups, and minimize the amount of time you put expose your account to market risk. That's what I think. There you go. Not sure that was the right screen when I was talking about that. The example was, yeah, there we go. This right here, 229 handles, 10 o'clock in the morning from a tweet on Truth Social. Fine. I mean, I'm not saying anything. Tweet all you want, but there's no way we knew that at all. It opened. It traded up. Everybody thought, we got some continuation here, and then whammo. So there you go. Mind your risk and remember that your job is to preserve and grow your account. I mean, that's why we're doing this. What good does it do to have a phenomenal setup, back tested, all this kind of crap, and you blow your account up and you can't trade tomorrow? Doesn't do much good. I don't think. I'm still pretty put off by how that signal happened and why this is not reset to 0. Hmm. That's short on top of everything else. Wow. That makes no sense at all to me. I got no idea. I'm just looking through the different code stuff here, and I don't see how in the hell that could possibly have happened, to be honest with you. Oh, well. But I'll have to figure that out slowly but surely. Well, I would strongly recommend keep your powder dry. That's about it. That is about it. I'm going to go water up here. Okay, there we are there. Here we are over here. we're definitely 302,418. We're definitely into the across the hump as far as volume can go, so that's not a problem. Yeah. And I'll delete these from the system in the database because I don't need to have IRT downloading and doing all the calculations on all of these on these past contracts. Trying to streamline this as much as I can till I can get this issues sorted out. That's some BS when book. I keep those things. What's going on here? OneDrive. I don't care anything about OneDrive. Syncing when this Dropbox is syncing because that's where I keep those levels. It's no big deal. What that says is one of these levels being pushed from IRT didn't sync the way it thought it ought to. And I am still wondering why the hell, boy, that is irritating. I think I can just, if I'm not mistaken, I can just type right in there and do that, but I want to know why the hell that's set to 1. It was not supposed to. And I have to go back to each one of the steps of that code that do that. See what happens if I just type this in here and go. Well, let's see if something happens. I got no clue. Let's see. I'm sort of on the ragged edge of doing this, so. But the theory is working out well, and the results are turning out okay. So, I want to get over the hump though, and on to the minis, because this micro story is a long, slow process of growing the account. You know, a full trade with both targets to full target 60 points is $75. And with these setups, very frequently there's 1, maybe 2 setups per day. So that's pretty slow going. Pretty slow going. Boy, this is pretty crazy looking hoop-de-doo going on over here, huh? Remember that all it takes is one contract for this kind of thing to happen. The very minute one of these is, if it were here and it's 47.66, then it was 67, it goes there, and then that's how it works. It's not complicated or mysterious. It's just data. Period. Well, it's pretty bright and pretty sunny out there, but it ain't warming up much. It's only, I don't know, 3 or 4 or something like that. Not very great. Not very great. neither's this trading day, by the way. I tell you, this is a fact of trading. If you approach trading as a business based on probability and statistics, and you only trade vetted trades, the majority of your time is waiting and watching. Now, one of the benefits of that is there's no surprise, right? There's no big jack-in-the-box story. I know the 3 rules for my setup or signals. I know when the first one happens. I can anticipate, is the second one going to set up? If the trigger happens, I enter the trade. It's not it's not whipping and spurring or gunslinging or video gaming. It's that's how I think, that's what I believe to be the approach. And that's how I approach it here. Here's 0. Now, this is the rule that would set that flag to 1. And there's at no point ever did that happen. So this is the intended rule that would, for the initial balance low statistic. Okay, that's we didn't get to initial balance low at 9:30. We didn't get it at all. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go through these once. Why does that say it was modified? Discard. I'm gonna have to go through them one at a time. And that brings me to you don't do this stuff during the live market. Backtesting, coding, developing your trading rules and your trading plan should all be done during your away from the market work period, homework, whatever you want to call it. You should definitely, this is my belief again, should definitely not be developing or changing your trading plan or your trading rules during the live market. That's why I'm just curious, because I'm standing here waiting why that trigger fired to 1, but I'm not going to certainly change anything, and I'm not going to, make any changes to the rules. I'm going to just wait for the day to conclude. And I've reset these manually by just you can reset these VPAM barriers by just typing in there, which is what I did. Now they're reset to 0, and we'll see if we get as we should. What should happen is if we come down here and take this IB low, we should get a flag up here of 1 and 1. And that's the way it's supposed to go. Let's see. And one of the advantages of the stream is that I can review the early portion of the stream and determine at what point, or as closely as I can, did these flags get set? What was the action down here? Because if I'm not mistaken, in the pre-market, I was pleased to recognize that all of these flags were zeros, and I think I mentioned that, which is I can verify here with the stream. So here we are. This is just a random thing. I don't know what happened. I certainly didn't take it on the live market. This is the backtesting or the trading system for the initial balance trades, of which there are 2. There's the IB failure. Price comes up, takes the IB, comes back down, trigger, and fails. Mean reversion, outside in. There's the IB continuation. Price comes up, takes the IB, continuation zone, trigger, continues on. IB continuation trade. There's one for the IB high. There's one for the IB low. So there are 2 trades for the IB high and 2 trades for the IB low. And those are driven by these rules. So let's see. I've added a context over the weekend filter, which the only thing that I can think of might have had some effect here, but I don't know why or how that could be. But we'll see. That's something that I'll analyze. You can bet your sweet butt right after the market closes. By golly. And, if you take a screen snap or if you'd like to have a copy, if you're using IRT, happy to share these chart definitions, whatever. This stuff is real simple. These are the rules and the levels that trigger these, sequential rules, A, B trigger for each of those trades. And these are not mysterious levels or anything. They're just simple. You can see the prices over here. Whatever. There you go. And look at us go. Oh, baby. Who said what? What do you suppose happened right there? Random risk to the rescue, shall we see? Let's look and see. This guy here is speaking at 10. Okay, he's a White House employee. So his narrative is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Williams has been a Fed guy for a long time, so pretty surprising. Some pretty surprising statements late on Friday, actually. See if I see those quickly. So this is Trump talking about who he's going to put in to head the Fed. This was the part. The next Fed chair should consult with him, on interest rates. That's a real, in my opinion, that's super scary. The Fed is politically independent. This is definitely not something that I would want to see happen, I don't think. And the market has a pretty similar reaction to it, I guess. I don't know. It'd be great when we some of this random crap isn't happening anymore. I think, I hope, I believe, whatever, however you want to say it. So, yeah, well, are we? Yes. We're at 100, no, we're at 1 million on the ES, new contract H6. We're a couple 100,000 behind it on the Z, so that's a pretty quick roll, actually. Typically the volume doesn't cross over until expiration, which is around the 19th. So that's pretty amazing. That's not typical necessarily. Well, they traded her right down to the Friday low, and then that was that. And still, I want to point out, remember my don't trade in anticipation of a statistic, still have not taken the initial balance low or high. Think I'm lying? Let's check. Nope. It's not been highlighted. You see how these are highlighted blue? They've been revisited by price in this session. Nada piñata. Now, remember, this is 2.3% probability that we will get neither one of the initial balance higher or low. This is not 100%. There's a 2.3 possibility that we will not. And about 3 months, a couple months ago on a Friday, we did not. Traded the whole day and didn't get the IB high or low. There's also a probability here of 31.2% that we take both in this opening type, looking backwards over a data set of 1,639 trading days. That's it. So there we are. There we are. Why this damn thing keeps doing that? I didn't even notice this. I am such a donut. Well, well, well. Yeah, pretty wide range today. 70 candles? Can that be right? Pretty close. Pretty close. Yeah. On the H6, pick up sticks. Still sore from that walk yesterday, damn it. I didn't stretch right when I got back, I guess. Stretched my old ass right into bed. Through the shower and head for that post 11-mile nap. My son gave me a Apple Watch, his old one. Got a new one. I would never buy one of my own, but it was kind of interesting. I mean, it's heart rate and oxygen and how many miles, a better GPS than just using my phone. So it was kind of handy, kind of cute, kind of fun to get some kind of, tells you every once in a while, it'll tell you your rate, your, 2.5 minutes per mile and stuff like that. I'll be right back. Surprising, yeah. Not sure why, but okay. The roll is very definitely happened. Wonder if there's a way I can quickly grab the statistic about that. Typically that doesn't happen. We don't get the volume doesn't usually overtake until Tuesday, and sometimes during the ETH on Tuesdays, heading into the Wednesday expiration, but definitely today. And my question is, I wonder if that's typical for the December roll. I don't know. Who gives a shit? It's over with now, right? Who cares? Could be completely typical because if you think about it now, there's 10 days till Christmas. Do you think any traders are going to be around doing anything next week? Certainly the the varsity squad. I don't think so. Probably. So they're going to get their business done this week, expiration, and then, hey, heidi ho, here we go. My thoughts, anyway. Well, are they going to take the initial balance statistic? Got down to the developing value area low and turned around and away she went. And that's also the overnight low, huh? That's where away it went so far. Got a bunch of great food sitting out there, and my stomach thinks my throat's been cut. I'm a little on the hungry side of life here. The minute I go out there and flop my flat ass down at the table to feed my face, of course, this will we'll get all kinds of signals and whatever else will happen. So I guess you know what I could do, I guess, is do like I do when I'm out exercise walking. I could monitor this on my phone from a point of view of the price action. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, these crazy Ivans down here getting people shook up. You can bet on that. Yep. Oh, tired. I'm not following my own advice to be rested and hydrated and nourished. I am thinking they're going to run it down there, and I'm anticipating that. Let's put it this way. Hey, Panda. What are you doing? Are you roaming the halls looking for snacks? Is that the idea? What's up with the pretty kitty? What are you doing, pretty kitty? Huh? It's time for Dad to go eat? Is that did you come to get me to take me to the kitchen? Oh, you did. Okay, what's going on now? Are they going to go? Are they going to dump it? What are they going to do? Everybody's Panda's in here meowing and looking at me like I'm an idiot. Mom's calling, and I better get going here. Let's go. Take me. Where's the kitchen? What's Mom doing? Let's go see. Huh? Should we go see what's going on out in the kitchen? Shall we go? Yeah. Shall we go see the kitchen? Nobody home on the stat yet. I'm keeping this on mute while I stuff my face and not, and which I'll probably forget to unmute, of course. It's not outside the realm of possibility that we'll keep this up throughout the day. And in anticipation of the non-farm payroll for November, which is being released tomorrow, Tuesday, the 16th of December, 2025 at 7:30 Central. That's we're in the roll. There's going to be a big expiration. We've got real important financial numbers coming out, trying to play catch up. Tomorrow, next week is, crickets for Christmas. Yeah, this is a really good time to work on something else where if you aren't compelled to trade, good time to exercise patience. I don't have to worry about it. I have vetted trades. If they fire, if I have a signal, I'll take the trade. That's the commitment I have to the stream and to the live market. Okay. Okay, boy, that was good. Now, I would highly suspect that there would be an incoming food coma here pretty quick. Wow. Uh, so good. And a market like this is, also sleep inducing, nap inducing. 1108. So we have just slid into RTH2. That's just something I think Rod cooked up, which I think is a great way to kind of group our trades and filter them. It's simply just the RTH session in minutes divided by 3. There's, I think, 450 minutes divided by 3 is 150, I guess. So divide by, in other words, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11. That's the end of RTH1. And you have RTH2, and then you have RTH3. Yeah, boy. You can see where we are and what we've done so far. Look at this crap. I'm sure volume has fallen on its head, and I am also sure that ATR's under 2. Shall we bet? Oh, I'm full of crap. See, 3.5 and 68% volume. This is the average true range at this moment in time on a 1 minute. Well, but 68% volume. So yeah, there you have it. This looks a little different. Lorenco's a little more active looking than the 1 minute bar, right? Just look at this crap. Ooh. And I don't need to point out that this is just flopping around like a fish on the dock over and around the the volume point of control. The worst possible place you can think of to enter a trade. Diddle in the middle. Thou shalt not diddle in the middle. That is like the 11th commandment or something. I'm sure of that. I'm going to go see what kind of constructive something I can do around here for a while. That's for sure. This is nothing that I'm particularly now I don't have a I don't have a problem with Monkey Boy, but that's a pretty well-known phenomenon. And Jesus, if you had a buck for every book or YouTube something or another that is spit out about trader psychology, you'd be rich, right? I guess some of them are, and I'm sure mean well, but maybe not. Like Brett Steenbacher, he's a PhD, and I mean, he's I think, psychologist or maybe psychiatrist. And, I'm sure means well. I'm not sure if he can trade his way out of a wet sack, but makes a very, very good living writing books and giving seminars about trader psychology. So a lot of conversation about it. My take on the whole thing is as follows. Monkey Boy. Our DNA has brought down with it a lot of hardwiring that was beneficial to us as a species long ago, risk aversion and desire to be right and things like that. But it's not a positive thing in trading. That's where FOMO, revenge trading, chasing, revenge is just got to be right. So I don't think, because it's part of our hardwiring from, all of the years we've evolved to where we are, or developed to where we are as a species, that you're ever going to get rid of that. And if you think you are, you're just, kidding yourself. My approach is that be continually aware of you here and now. I am very definitely aware when I feel adrenaline and Monkey Boy starting to fire up, getting all anxious, getting all excited. I mentally recognize that, acknowledge that verbally or out loud or whatever else, and don't act on it. And that's the only way I know to deal with it, really, unless you want to spend a lot of money and go, read some books and take some courses. And what you're going to boil right back down to the same thing. Successful trading is based on probability and statistics. It's a random market. And you're going to have all this emotional baggage along with you. And you're never going to get rid of it. That's a waste of time. You just need to recognize it and not act on it. Those are the two things you're going to come down to from, Rich's, Dick Simmons, Thorpe, Tudor Jones, Mark Douglas, Tom Sosnoff, on, and all of them boils down to this is the same couple of basic messages. Obviously, there's a lot of lip service put around it because, like I said, if Brett Steenbacher said what I just said, he wouldn't sell a hell of a lot of books, right? Well, there you go. That's my opinion. Monkey Boy, you'll hear me refer to Monkey Boy, and that's what it is. When I feel Monkey Boy getting all fired up, I try to put him out in the backyard to play, play with Bear. Another human trait, which is really insidious, but I suppose it's part of our wiring, is the ability to see patterns or see patterns whether they're really not there or not, which is, kind of ties into confirmational bias, and you're bored, so you start dreaming up reasons to, oh, there's a trade. There's a trade signal. Well, no, there's not. If that was not a trade signal pre-identified by you, unemotional, during your homework period when you're preparing or, reanalyzing your trade plan, then it is not a trade signal in the live market. Abso-freaking-lutely. If you think it's a valid one, write it down, do something about it. And today, tonight, whenever you do your homework, evaluate it and see if it is in truth a trade signal or if it's just, Monkey Boy kicking you in the ass. And a lot of the time, you're going to find out it's the latter. I believe. At least for me. I really can't stress enough how important, and I think encouraging it is to vet a trade, know the setup, wait for the setup. If it presents itself, take the trade. If it doesn't present itself, don't take the trade. It's that simple. You're relying on the law of large numbers. If you revert all the way back, and we'll talk about that later, I guess, but what it's all about is to identify a setup and those parameters, which, when evaluated over a large, statistically significant data set, has a positive edge. And then you take every instance of that presents in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to compound your account. It's not a secret. It's a well-proven business model. Trading, the best traders in the world, like I said, and the casino business or the gaming business from the point of view of a casino. It's the exact same model. You know, and I don't think you could argue with either one of them being profitable, very profitable. Seems so almost elementary. And people just work overtime trying to complicate it. I see some of these guys that in other, you know, like in Static, for example, they got 37 different criteria and circles and arrows and bullshit going all over. There's good for them if they make sense of that. But man, oh man, that's a lot of stuff to be watching and keeping track of and making a decision based on. It's you know, scientifically proven, medically, whatever, proven that humans are only good for about 4 or 5 decision points at a whack, especially with adrenaline or, you know, with any kind of emotion involved. And then they just start, the brain, you know, kind of falls over to defaults to the simplest or the most prevalent, I think. So, you know, there's one for you to Google. You can Google that and read about it while you're watching the paint dry here. Rather than clicking the mouse. And I'm going to, bottom of the hour, I'm going to go see what kind of trouble I can get into here for a shower and a walk and whatnot. It's warming up a little bit. It's in the 40s now. So it's probably about whatever that is. Well, I don't know. I have 3 computers here that I'm monitoring in my desks, and I have 3 temps on all of them. Everyone's different. The top one there has got 42F. The other F computer is 34F, and this trading machine says 1C, which is a hell of a lot, which is not even close to 40, closer to 34. But funny, huh? So what do I do? Add them up and average? Is that it? No. Well, what's happening? I'm sure. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Remember when I said unrecognized risk and financial juice? Well, here you are. 1400, 1545, 1915. 3 events that were, of course, not scheduled, weren't even here 30 minutes ago when I was talking about them in the stream. And now, of course, there's nothing wrong with any of this stuff. Great. But it has the potential of an unidentified risk. Who knows what offhand comment or something may be said. So you need to be aware of it. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. And great, that's wonderful. Christmas reception. Pretty cool. I wonder who gets to go to the Christmas reception. Reception for who, I wonder? Congress, maybe? I don't know. Or, I don't know. Donors, maybe? I don't know. I'll bet you one thing. I bet it's not the public. I bet it's not the taxpayers. That's for, I think you can take that to the bank. Yeah, we've got one hell of a B-shaped long liquidation going on here, huh? May fall out of there and just start rocking. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe something will be said. But until then, I'm going to keep my powder dry and not have any hopes or expectations about it. And we have the big thing tomorrow, which I'm sure I'll be getting the margin increase email during when I get them here on AMP with AMP, just FYI, is between after the session shutdown at 1600 Central Standard, between 16 and 1700, before the ETH open and after the RTH session end. That's when I get that. We're going to bump your email. We're going to bump your thing. Bump the rate, the margin. Gonna bump the margin. Let's see what else we got going on over here. I'm looking at my stuff. My stuff. Well, I know that there was something there. This is what I get. I get that email like that. So if you don't, great, good for you. Let me know who your broker is. I fully understand that they should do that, and I don't think it's a bad thing at all. But from $350, $400 to $5,800, well, 25% of the notional on 68,881. You know. Sorry about that. I think it's 11:30. And of course, as usual, as oftentimes happens, the 12 to 1 period, the market wakes up and, retraces or does something. So I don't know. I'm going to go hit the showers and the cats will be pleased. They had an intervention and said they wouldn't play with me anymore until I went and showered. I don't believe that. I don't believe the average true range right now is it. Yeah, there we go. And you say, come on. You watch the second I leave and go jump in the shower, this thing, bong, bing, bang, crash, and have a bunch of signals, and I'll be all, what? I'll be all butthurt about it. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Hit the mic. Boom. I suppose that's probably an unpleasant experience on your side. I'll hang on here a minute because I just know the minute I turn around, they'll go bingity bangity bongity down there and take and remember that the initial balance statistic is just one piece of the puzzle. I'm more curious to see if the sequential flags fire as I'm hopeful they will. But I am awfully well, we're right down here. Look at this profile. Where am I? Right down here at a flat bottom. Look at that. It looks on the volume profile looks tapered, but look at the profile. Straight across and one TPO low. And a string of singles till Christ was a carpenter up here at the top, but not the bottom. Does that mean anything? Absolutely not. There we go. Turn around. Means we turned around here, 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 and here. That's what it means. Let's see if I can screw something up here. This mouse, whether it's IRT or me or the mouse or old guy syndrome or what, I don't know. So look at what we got here. Some singles down there. Well, that is excess, so never mind. Now that I can see better, never mind. Yeah. They never did break through that little teensy weensy gap over here. And it's just like 3 handles or something. Got down to there. Didn't get past it. Whatever that means. I'm not, God damn, I wish I would stop that. Something else I'd like to be able to do here with IRT. Lock the damn stuff in position. This mouse has got all different kind of DPIs and SMEPIs and stuff, sleepy eyes. I'd like to be able to just lock that stuff. One of the things about IRT here, all these windows are floating outside the container by their direction to do that. That's the recommendation from them, which I find I've always thought was, I mean, I guess it's okay. I can have these over top each other and a bunch of stuff, but Okay. I'm going to step away here now, peek back in about 12 and see what these jokers are doing with it. I got to do something. I'm having a food coma here. So I'll be back in a flash. Oh, you know what I didn't do yet today? I'm sorry. I didn't give you all the required stuff. There we go. There we go. What'd I tell you? The minute, the split second. No statistic yet, but pretty funny, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Dip in the shower for a second, and I'm sure we're pushing the noon hour, of course. Yeah, there you go. All right, so in anticipation of something happening here, I'm going to start the process of getting organized for this. Get these out to about a minute. That's 5 minutes. Something I do is shut that off. See if we catch a signal or not. If so, I'll add those candles. And all those kids that were so excited we're going to get an initial balance stat got spanked again. So what I'm going to do here, in lieu of the fact that I have not figured out yet how to send the signals or have the signals generate on Bookmap, the only thing I know how to do at this point is put the candlesticks over here on Bookmap at about 1 minute. There we go. Now I can identify high, low, close as it's supposed to happen around a signal. And I don't know any other way to do this. And I can go like that. You can see all the price action, of course, with the last price, but how does that? I don't know. I have yet to figure out how to group it or categorize it within the parameters of this, of my signals on IRT, which has to do with, for example, the initial balance trade. The candles have to be trading down. The open has to be above the close, and the open has to be above the IB, and the close has to be below it. The previous candle to the signal has to have the open higher than the close. I don't know any way to do that without this. Frankly. I really wish Bookmap offered bars instead of candlesticks. That's a lot simpler for me to use. And, I guess more importantly, I wish I could send the signals to Bookmap from my RT. I don't know how to do that. And there are no signals to send at this point, of course, but what do we got going on here? Nothing. Nothing since the open except for this silly shit down here, whatever that was about. Certainly wasn't a signal normal or correct, so we'll see. Is there some skullduggery going on in the news department over here? Hey, wait a minute, they're going the wrong way. Get out of here. So here we are in the world famous 12 to 1er. And I think what's going to happen here is I'm going to defer to exercise and rest the eyes, and you know, this is one day out of thousands, and this is not conducive to my stuff, my setups. And I'll be honest, I realize that, you know, some sort of prejudiced or predisposed idea is not good. And you always trade what you see. And if I get a signal and I'm standing here, I will take it. But as the day wears on, we get into RTH2 and sometimes even 3. Situation like this, I'm not particularly excited about the possibility of what would you think the trade would be? What have we been doing so far? Well, we rotated down to this low and we've been rotating back and forth around it. We've been mean reversion right here. Basically, boom, 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 boom. Do I think that some push to the downside would have legs? Well, the auction wound down from thousands to 75, and nobody else was interested in selling it. get Blue Boy back here where I can get a grip on the context. Was pretty much no question about down until everybody started about the initial balance statistic, and then it's just been a flat line. Yeah, I'm going to step away. I'm going to go out and get some exercise. I'll see you guys in a bit. And if you've got a mean reversion setup that you've vetted and that works great, I'm sure you're tickled pink. Here, could be. I do not. The IB failure is a mean reversion trade pinned to the IB, but it's not in outer space here. So I'll be monitoring on my phone, or I'll try to here. Well, I see I didn't miss anything. That's encouraging. Well, unless they do something here in the next little while, we're going to have a 2.3, 2.4% day. Mm. And that's, of course, there's an hour left, hour and change, hour and 20 minutes. And I got to say that if they took the stat now and it went for, and it looked like it was going to be a continuation out to bottom, I'd be real hard pressed to take it, frankly. It's just after a day like this, I don't think that there's any. I would be amazed if there was follow through. Now, there's going to be a Trump's going to be near microphones and cameras at the top of the hour, so that always does present a possible disruption to the market. You know, he could say something random, who knows. But barring that, Yeah. Not much. Not much to say. I'll run through the backtesting stuff at the top of the hour here. And then just, close the day out as usual with the recap on at the bottom of the next hour, and market on closing balance at 1450, and got the stream down at the cash close 1500. Remember that the stream is up for the pre-market every morning at 0800 Central Standard Time every trading day morning, and trade all the stream all day. No funny business. No mad. Oh yeah, I was down when I closed the stream, but I got back on in the afternoon and made it all back plus $1,000. Never know. Maybe. Who knows? He's found his niche though, I believe, because I think he's the head spokes trade guy for Apex now, so I guess he's probably getting a lot of money for that. Trading 20, I saw something, what was it? Something about 20 funded account trade copier thing, Yeah, good for him. If that's, if it's remotely true, good for him. Oh yeah, next week's Christmas, for Christ's sake. It'd be nothing. I also have to make a decision. I typically would never, I typically have a rule in the trade plan. Do not trade any kind of numbers, and I need to think about about it if I extend that to random risk, you know. Granted, if we don't know one of those people are going to say something or do something, there's nothing I can do. But if we do, like here, you know, he started already. You know he's going to say something for sure. It's quite an amazing response he had to Rob Reiner and his wife dying. Pretty amazing. If in fact that tweet or whatever it's called was true, I don't know. That was pretty weird. I guess the unfortunate part is it's not unbelievable, you know, for somebody to say something like that. I don't know. Don't know. I think discretion being the better part of valor, I will include that in. I'll give it a think tonight, of course, because away from the live market, but I believe that that's going to be a definite thing in my, a definite element in my trade plan. Anytime, at least, you know, anytime we get something like this scheduled, if it's not scheduled, how are you going to know? But if we do, then all bets are off. No trading for me. He's not supposed to be talking until 2, but apparently he already is. I don't know any of the details about it. It was pretty weird that Rob Reiner and his wife both died together simultaneously, but not from, not a car wreck or something. I don't know the details of it, but kind of like, whatever his name was. Gene Hackman, same thing. Well, here we are. All dressed up and no place to go, huh? Something's not, okay, there we are. Get a little divergence here from the ES or the MES and the NQ. And next week's Christmas, so, you know. Yeah. All right, the power hour. So, okay. Fall into the normal cadence here, I guess. Talk about some things like statistics and how I approach this story. First thing I think is to get out here how I approach trading as a statistical, or I should say, I approach trading as a business based on probability and statistics. That's probably a better way to say that. And there's a few parts of that that are, have to be accepted, you know. This is a random environment that we operate in. Millions of traders, machines, whatever, you know, all making a statement about their opinion at any 1 second in this market. Completely random. And it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. It's a binary event. It's a coin flip. It can go up or it can go down, period. It can go up in a series of, you know, up and down, up and down, up and down, or the other way around. But each trade, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So what I have adopted is the philosophy of the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world, which is, and also the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of casino, and that is that you identify a pattern that replicates, you know, fairly frequently, and that has identifiable specific parameters that validate the entry. I've done that here with the initial balance high and low trades. And then you capture as many instances of that specific trade with those parameters as you can to get enough data to, the larger the data set, the better. And at least for sure being outside the possibility of random distribution, which means everybody knows a coin flips 50-50. If you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's surprised that you have more heads than tails or vice versa. That is random distribution. If you flip a coin 1,000 times, you're getting pretty close to 50-50, if not right on. That's statistically significant. So that's what I'm about doing here now. Starting with identifying the trade that I wanted to do. It's the initial balance trades. There's 2 of them. So that I would have a vetted trade for a continuation or a directional market, and I would have vetted trades for mean reversion markets. In other words, the IB failure is basically just a mean reversion trade with a fancy name hooked to the IB, and an IB continuation is for a directional market. Then I figured out how to code best I could using the tools in investor RT, so that I could backtest with absolute no discretion, computerized, right? Programmatically backtest. That way each rule has to be specific. If you try to do it yourself manually, and you don't have every rule exactly the same, every trigger, whatever it is, whatever element you have in your backtest, in your rules, if they are not all identical, it's not statistically significant. If you have a 5-point stop this time and a 3-point stop the next time, and you have a 4-point profit target or a 2-point or something like that, they're not statistical. They've got to be all the same. So that's why I do it. Why I figured I landed up doing it programmatically. And talking about that, let's see if we can get this thing to work. Oh, there we go. These are the rules that I've come up with. These rules identify and trade initial balance high or low, either a continuation or failure. And these are what are required. And it trades a 2-lot risk neutral package. I can change those I can do a lot of what ifs now. I figured out how to do that. Trailing stop, break. What happens if I, trail to break even after 24 ticks, that kind of thing. But that's the way this is what I've ended up doing. And the great part about it is with the computer, you set up the backtest, and the computer trades each and every 1-minute bar over however many days back I tell it to look. And it'll evaluate every one of those rules over every 1-minute bar. And it doesn't go, well, let's take 3 points this time or 2 points that time. Nothing. It's exactly the same. Or, it's my way or the highway. Get the hell out of here. And that's the way it has to be, as I understand it. That's the way I want it. Let's put it that way. And that's how I understand it should be done. So approaching it like that, then there are some things that need to be looked at here for backtesting is fine. There we go. And the way that works is this. Excuse me, Rachel. These are my backtest rules. This is a chart which I built originally to try to manually backtest it. Here are the pullback and continuation zones and the triggers, and I thought I could scroll back and figure out what was what. Realized that was just 2 kinds of stupid. I was never going to get that done. So now what this ended up being is something for me to visually confirm that these rules are happening when and where I expect them to. In the case of today, now recently, from the last week or 10 days, I send these signals to this chart so that if a trade is signaled and taken, it will be plotted over here. Not trading live. This is only happening within the simulator of IRT. Obviously, I don't want this thing pushing trades to my live AMP account until I'm confident that it's, working the way I expect it to. But this is as close as you can get right here. When you backtest, what you do is this: set up the backtest. Okay, 2 contracts, the MES. This is the time frame or the session. Let's look back at 500 days. How long do you think it would take you to scroll back through and accurately identify every trade and every trigger and then record all of that for over 500 days and report this way? Well, I'll show you how long it takes. And I think I did something wrong. Well, yeah. It took 7 seconds to backtest 495 days, 218,617 1-minute bars. This system evaluated every one of those rules. Amazing little machines, aren't they? I think so too. Now, this is a system that I have to change, and I'll show you what the deal is. But anyway, so these are the kind of metrics you get out of it. There's the there's the revenue. There's 1,170 trades. There's 872 winning trades. The average winning trade is 31.864. There's 289 losing trades. Average loser or average loss is 29.57. 74% win rate, and it's about a 1-to-1 risk to reward. There was 23 consecutive winners, and there were 6 consecutive losers. And if you want to get real in the weeds, which you should do if you're doing this for yourself, and I do, you can look at every one of the 1,107 trades starting on the 12th of January 2024 and see exactly the entry, the time, the outcome, the exit, entry type, and the results over here. I prefer ticks, but IRT only works in dollars, so there you go. Now, I'll show you why this is not plotting properly. Well, it's plotting properly, but it's not the 2-lot risk neutral package, and I'll show you what's the deal. I had this set up for my last back test last night for a trailing stop. When price got positive 12 ticks, which is T1, it scaled up to T1. That's why there's all those winners and all those winners in a row, and why the win amount of win is lost. So what we can do now is we can set this to 60. That just means it's out. So it's more ticks than we have here as our final target, so it's never going to be reached. And we can set this to 0. Now it's not gonna trail, and it's have a trail trigger, and it's not going to have any trail plus entry trigger. We'll save that. This is something you got to do. There we go. And let me see something here. Come on. I took that. It was the back test that wasn't working. Okay. And now we're going to have our same back test. Okay. And let's do that. So trailing up at 12 ticks, and trailing up to T1 gives us about another $1,000 alpha over in 495 days. A little bit less. We had 1,170 or whatever it was trades. We've only got 1,014, and the win rate is the outcome per trade, a little bit better here, huh? 334 winning trades, $75 average, which would be $750. It's the mini. In other words, that's 2 targets, because that's 60 ticks, and the average loser is 30. So that's exactly right, as expected. So no surprises. We have 10 consecutive winners and 7 consecutive losers. Now this win rate is a little bit off, and it's off because the calculations behind the scenes as programmed by Chad in IRT was based on all in, all out. Not scaled, certainly not scratch, with no possibility for scratch. So it's figuring the win rate here, dividing 334 by 1014 total trades, when in reality, you should add the 2 of these together and then divide this by the 2 of them together, because the difference between 334 and 260, which is 594, so 1,000 minus 594, so let's call it 600, is 414 scratches. Okay, so this is about 65%, 2.5%, and an average win ratio of 2.53%. Those are statistics you can take to the bank and you can trade on, and that's exactly what I'm doing now, forward testing live. And then here are those trades. There's a full winner, there's a stop, scratch, stop. See? Now you have facts and data to make decisions about your business. Not just, pulling some, maybe this, or guess, or gosh, or pull something out of your butt, whatever. That's the way that you back test. And to take that one step further now, how I analyze that stuff is over here. This is just a one-off kind of thing. These are the back tests. These are all, every one of these is a back test that, like we just ran. There's the days, trades, win rate, average winner, loss rate, average loser, scratch. Wins, average win rate, expectancy, R factor, RR, risk reward, profit factor, days traded, consecutive winners, losers, long, short, all that stuff. And even standard deviation and Sharpe ratio and Saltino and all those things, if you want to. They don't mean much to me. I was keeping track of all that, but it didn't mean anything to me in this context. And these are all the different back tests that I've done. What we just looked at was essentially right here. Well, here's both of them, okay? We looked at this one. Here's 12, 12, 24, 2 contracts. When we get the trigger at 12 ticks, we we trail up to 12. In other words, up to T1. What's the outcome? There's 1171. Remember those numbers? Pretty close. 74.55% win ratio, 12.97% expectancy, a 1.0 R factor, and 2.5 risk reward. Total profit of 18, whatever it is, change. Here's without a trail. 53% win rate, 64 loss rate, 21-24. There you go. Now you have statistics. You can decide which one of these what ifs you're going to do, and then you trade it. And you take every time that presents itself, you take that trade in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage or the expectancy to your bank account. It is the business model of a casino. It's the law of large numbers and probabilities. Look it up. If you don't believe me, look it up. Read Tom the Trader. Read Mark Douglas. Listen to anything about Ed Thorpe. Listen to Tom Sosnoff. Listen to Jim Simmons. I mean, pick one, you know. Anyhow, that's how the backtesting goes, and that's what I'm doing. And so, unfortunately, I didn't get a trade today, and I would, because I would have. And there you are. We're going to have another one. We're going to have one of those 2.4% days from the looks of it. I certainly wouldn't be taking any trades now because I have an end of day rule, which takes me out at 2:30 of any existing and that I can those I can preset in my what if area. I'm in the main over here. So that's how you do it. That is really backtesting and really vetting. Any of these, you know, anytime you're in a chat room or Discord or something and they're talking about a vetted setup or whatever else, tell them you'd like to know how over what period of time did you backtest your setups? What was the win rate? What was your and win rate? That's another one. Win rate. Where'd that go? Win rate of and by itself is completely useless clickbait BS. It's only meaningful at all when you incorporate it with the proper other metrics that are used to calculate expectancy. This crap on the internet, on YouTube, you know, 95% win rate, it will never lose. Okay, how many times? I actually did an analysis for somebody in Statistic because one of the people that they admire a lot says he's got an 8 to 1 R multiple and a 40% win rate. I said, okay, that's pretty cool. Let's have a look at that, shall we? And here's exactly how you do that. Right. Where did it go? Right here. Here's exactly how, what's his name? Whatever. There it is. 40% win rate. 9.3% expectancy. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong. Yeah. And a risk to reward of 8. We're definitely going to have one with 8 here somewhere. I thought. Yeah, anyway. So there's how you do it. Do you want to trade that? Well, it's a 2-tick stop and 16 ticks all out. 2 contracts. It's profitable. Not by as nearly what some of these others are, but it's profitable. And it has those numbers, so the guy wasn't lying. I've got this, this, and this. Doesn't say how much, the thing about R factor is it's only applicable to a specific trade. It's not applicable to a study. That is what you do in a study before a trade is risk to reward ratio. So that's something to bear in mind when you're trying to decide if somebody in the internet's blowing smoke up your butt or not. Now, these are actual trades logged every day from the 1st of November, essentially the 5th, from the time this AMP account went hot, went live. And there they are. Absolutely. No question about it. And there's the R multiple, not very, kind of dismal. but that's the way the R multiple is actually meaningful on a specific trade. This was 60 ticks, 2, 3, 24 tick risk, 12 and 48 are my two swing, the two targets. And then what this tool is for is to systematically size up from the micro to the mini with account parameters and, doing things systematically and business-like as opposed to just winging it or, Hail Mary or YOLO or whatever else it is. It's based on a 2-lot risk-neutral package for both the micro and the mini. I trade the micros until I have a scale factor of 1.33. That means that I will trade micros until the net P&L in ticks is 1.33 times the amount of ticks for the one for a risk-neutral 2-lot mini full stop, 319 ticks. I've got something there. I got 91 ticks to go. I have, which is 1.51 trades based on this trade setup. That's how only way I know to approach this as a business. And I figure in all my costs and round trip everywhere, and there's the initial account funding, $5,000. And here we are over here. So there hasn't been a loss or a drawdown. Not, anything to write home about, but considering I'm doing this based on this vetted trade and this, backtesting thing, I'm happy with that. So there you go. That's how you really approach trading as a business, in my opinion, how you backtest, how you actually vet a trade. That's not my opinion, that's how you do it. And this is the way to accurately determine what backtest is, which parameters you're going to highlight and what backtest is going to yield the best alpha for you. And then sizing up, that kind of thing, all done here, systematically. So there you go. Now it's 14:25. Looks like even the great and powerful Trump can't dump it. We can't. If Trump can't organize a Trump dump, then we're in big trouble. This market is definitely on hold. And if he dumps it, good for him. I'm not going to be part of it because of the time frame, as I pointed out. So, let's see. I'm sure they're talking. Yeah. See, he's already. This has got to do with an award. This is the thing about Trump. This is a medal presentation. And he's talking to Putin and the heads of Germany, and we're going to attack drug dealers on land, and we're going to let the largest drug dealer in Latin America, convicted and in our prison, he pardoned him. And somehow he's able to compartmentalize that and still think he's fighting a war against drugs based in, I guess, drug dealers in open outboard boats in Venezuela. Stop and think for a moment how far Venezuela is from America, or even the nearest island, which is Trinidad and Tobago. In an open boat across the lower Gulf. Ooh, think about that for a minute. Anyway, so there we go. And we'll get into the recap at the bottom of the hour. And there's a lot of inconsistencies in what's hitting the airways. I think it's a real shame, actually, that the credibility of our financial reporting in our markets has been so seriously eroded. And I think a lot of that is based on this really strange, polluted news cycle we have, where there's no real news source and a commentator that you believe really tells the truth and the facts and not putting spin or lies. It's so weird to me, having grown up in an era where and lived other countries where the news is the news. The people that report it don't lie. You know, the people in the White House and the people in testifying to Congress don't lie about stuff. It's the weirdest thing. Anyway, here we are, so let's make money with it, eh? And I'll do the market recap here at the bottom of the hour. Yeah, well, I hope you're getting all your Christmas shopping done and your Christmas cheer all mixed up and ready for a... Well, I'll have to buy a couple of bottles of wine. I used to drink wine about every day for a long time, and I don't know, a few months ago, I thought, that's probably not doing... I was feeling bloated, you know, and I thought, I'm quitting that, see what happens. I think I feel better. So, yeah. But I think a nice glass of wine or two will be kind of good over Christmas. Sounds good right now, anyway. Used to get an excellent buy on a really good Puy Fusé at Costco. Every once in a while they'd get them in, and they haven't for months now. And there's another really good Malbec that you can get here, quite reasonably priced, from Mendoza. And that's probably what I'll get, or maybe I'll splurge and buy a bottle of Puy Fusé. That's actually my go-to. It's one of my favorites. It's white, of course. There you go. 10 days, huh? Wow. Here we are, rounding that corner. We're in the final home stretch now, boys and girls. Hurry up and wait, eh? Okay, recap this bad boy. Yeah, well, it should be pretty obvious what's gone on today. Right here. Never did take an... So this, unless something magical happens in the next, 29 minutes, we will have a 2.4% day with no initial balance trades taken, stats achieved. And that's actually wrong. I misspoke there, because the stat goes until 1600, not the cash close. So you never know what might happen with a closing swing trade. Who knows? That'd be pretty funny, but it won't. It'll do it without me anyway. By the way, the session prices here, which I start pushing 1700 on Sunday night and continuously through the market close on Friday, or the session close on Friday, are free. I'm happy to share them with anybody that can use them. Throw a like and a thumbs up, and sub and a thumbs up, and something in the chat that you'd like them, and I'll hook you up with the CSV. It's a CSV file which I push from my IRT, which is on 24/7. And I obviously my IRT shares them internally here in my machine, but the same data is pushed up to Google Sheets, Google Drive, and then you get a CSV. You can just put in your Cloud Note column or in your indicators over here. I've got these set to my pullback and continuation zones, but the same exact lines here push all of these levels if you want them to, or you can use them on whatever software program you use. So, let me know if that's a help. And feel free to do any screen snaps about stuff, or if you're using IRT, same thing, like, subscribe, and drop me something in the chat. I'll be happy to share. I'll point you to the Risk Neutral Trading Discord, and I'll be happy to share the chart definition with you. No problem. I think that this is anything I can do to help somebody else is good for me. I like that. So, no problem. Let's look at the, let's look over here now that that's done. Oh, was I talking over here? Yeah, I got that and that. There you go. There's the session prices. We traded. Here we are for the day. Huh? There we open. Boom. Bitty boom. Bitty boom. Bitty boom. This is the micros. Minis, the same story. Same 4 tabs. My higher time frame micro composite chart, which is the RTH session only. Daily candlesticks. And as soon as this session closes, I'll include this one by pulling the volume profile around it, and then the micro composite volume profile or volume point of control will extend. And that's how this works. It also automatically, the volume profile here automatically generates and pushes to bookmap the high and low volume nodes. And this is where the session prices come from. Those high and low volume nodes are hiding over here, but I can prove it. There you go. So there's that. Yeah, and this is the market profile, obviously. Now, our volume here is clearly, we've clearly made the roll, so I'm going to remove these because they're redundant. I'll do that at the market close. Just burning up CPU power for nothing. So there we have that. How are we winding up with volume and ATR for 1 minute bars, 2.5 points, and we're down at 60.9% of average volume. And these are all rolled, you see. Oh, that's another thing. Yes, ma'am, what can I do to you? Spanking? You here for your spanking? Good. Volunteer spanking, all right. What can I do for you? Okay, this market's gonna close in about 25 minutes and we'll go. Yeah. So, as I say, until Tam popped around the corner there. Well, anyway, you get the point. Yeah, so that's where we are, and what else? We already talked about the backtesting and the RTH, the RTL. We're going to have a 2.7% day where we don't have an initial balance. You see right there, it has not, the IB stat has not been taken out. Let's see what happens. And all of these price levels are gone, so I'll take them off of this book page also. And all right. I'm gonna say something one time. Poked her head around. I don't remember what it was now. Anyway, sorry. Pretty important stuff coming up in the news. This is the reports for tomorrow. Very important. Retail sales. Non-farm payroll for November. Typically, for years, the non-farm payroll is scheduled for 7:30 on the first Friday morning of every month. because of all the stupidness in DC. They're trying to play catch up now. They're going to run this one out for November to catch up. So they will have been caught up with that. PMI. And what else the rest of the week? Crude, that's every Wednesday, no biggie. CPI, initial jobless claims, Philly Fed. Lots of numbers on Thursday and Friday. Michigan, home sales. The rest of this week is going to be pretty intense. And it is intense because of the next week's Christmas, and they want to get this in and out as best as they can. This is investing.com. It's completely free. You can filter it however you'd like. And I also use Financial Juice, which we have been looking at a little bit here. Financial Juice is good and differs from investing.com in that it picks up through the day these random risk events, which are not scheduled. They're not a typical, a finance or revenue related report or anything known in any kind of a normal event. But everybody has now realized that this is potential risk to the market. Not risk that it's bad, but a risk, let me rephrase it, potential disruption to the auction. And this is where, on this side, it's like a squawk box where we will have the market on close imbalance at 1450. Yeah, there you go. So let's stand by for that. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry about that. I'm on the wrong page. Here we go. And the investing.com reports and everything are over here. And here's the investing.com link. Free. This stuff is free. I think it's really important for me to use free things, if I can, to make the, put us all on the same level here. $5,000 account, free stuff, only 2 paid programs, I don't think it does me a lot of good to watch some guy trade that's got an account. He's taken 10 minis and he's got no stop loss and he's doing this and doing that. If he's really doing that, he's got to have an infinite account. I'm not in that. That kind of trading doesn't apply to my world. So I'm trying to do this realistically and, at my own level. So there you go. And let's stand by for those numbers in 10 minutes. Okay. 7 minutes or something. Thanks for coming by. Thumbs up, subscribe. That'd be pretty cool. Drop something in the chat. I'm not monetized for this in any way. It comes out of my pocket. It is my virtual trading journal. So happy to have more people. Trading is a solitary, can be lonesome business. And this is a big, I think this Friday's Expirations Friday too, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't want to speak. Might not be. Let's see. I thought it was the last Friday of the month. Let's check. I think it's, I do think that this is expiration. Options, let's check. I guess we can do that, can't we? How are we going to do that? Let's see here. This doesn't have... Oh, expiration. Look at there. I tell you, investing.com has got some of the cutest things I never explore. Let's see what happens with expiration. Oh, what the hell is this? I can tell you one thing it probably is, and that's, wow. I hope that means something to somebody, because it doesn't mean anything to me. Contract, oh, these are contracts. These are futures contract expirations and rollovers. This is not options. Okay, so never mind. Never mind. I will see if I can't figure that out now. Yeah. Market watch, option in a CME group. That's probably where to go, huh? Considering they're the real deal. December 19, the E-minis. Friday, weekly options. 19th. This 23rd, 22nd, huge Schmerp deal element. We don't want to do weeklies. Okay, so it is this Friday is the S&P and I suppose something else. I don't know. So I guess it's an expiration. I don't think it's double witching or anything like that, but anyway. There you go. In other words, I don't know much about it. Look at this, huh? I think the patient died, doctor. Holy crap. Boy, if you wanted to lose your butt or just jump in the retail soup blender, this has been it, hasn't it? And look at that, all right around the POC. That is a huge batch of retail soup. And okay. 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes still. Whatever. Whatever happens, let it happen, Captain. That's a perfect example of why I consider these and everybody else also that's why they put them in here, because they realized they needed to start putting this stuff over here so that we could have a little bit of a heads up. You know, this got nothing to do with that I spoke to Putin. What's that got to do with an awards assembly, a medal presentation? Again, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But anytime this guy right here gets in front of a camera or a microphone, you don't know what will be said, and you can bet there's going to be something said about that would have some sort of impact apart from presenting a medal. I think so. I think I'm on the right track. We're paying attention to that stuff. And here we go with less than a minute now for the market on close and balance. See what kind of a boop we get over here, what kind of a bump, if anything, we get. Excuse me. And don't be deceived. Remember, this is 15 handles down here because I've got it wound down to get all the volume in the screen over here. Otherwise, we can't get it all in. And there we go. That was the market on closing balance right there. That's a big nothing burger. And in a minute, it'll show up over here. There we go. There they are. Well, they're all buy side. S&P's 596 million. NASDAQ 193 million. Dow's 349 million. And oh no, there's a big one. Mag 7's 1 billion. 132 million buy side. 1 billion, huh? That a lot? That's a lot, isn't it? Imagine. Okay, so there you go. And we will watch the rest of the day wind on, wind down, wind out. Remember that the most, where did that thing go? I don't see that. I don't see my thing here. There we go. I gotta add this in as a hotkey. I just keep it on a list below, and I always have a hard time putting it. These, I think I said something before, but these chapter markers are real important because the stream is 7 hours long. Who the hell is going to watch all of that? I'm not. So remember now that the most important critical tool, piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. You know, we take in all of this information with our eyes and process it with our brain and make decisions that affect your finances and your family or you. Yet we spend so much time and effort and money on, you know, monitors and screens and software and indicators and trading packages and all this kind of stuff, and very few people that I know of focus on them. And that's the most important thing you've got. You got to be well hydrated, rested, nourished, in good shape, not on tilt. You know, it's really important. The business we're in here is super high level and super competitive. You're competing against some of the brightest minds around, and, you know, deep pockets and algorithmic computers, etc. So you need to have you need to give yourself every possible bit of an edge you can. Take care of yourself. That's important. Get away from the screens. You know, staring at these screens for hours all day long, your short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. That's super bad. Get outside, get some natural light, look down the street, soft focus to a horizon. Real important. There you go. We're going to wind this mess off in 6 minutes. And what a mess it was, wasn't it? Nothing burger. So the day that came and went. There we are. Well, I'm gonna skedaddle at the top of the hour. Gotta take Cam someplace and be back to shut this stuff all down at 1600 and get ready for the open at the ETA. I can't imagine that's going to be fireworks, but you never know. One thing's for sure, you can bet most of the A squad on the trading desk is somewhere else. Aspen or, you know, somewhere warm or somewhere slippery and white. Get my Levi's on here and get ready to get Tam out of here. I'll take these contracts off tonight. Yeah, all right, well, you know, remember, natural light, little UV, focus down the horizon, whatever. Don't be on tilt. Get some sleep, exercise. You know, I'm fortunate. I've got stand-up desks here, and the place is big enough I can step back and do squats, leg lifts. I've got some dumbbells. I got a pull-up bar in the door. I can stand here and do, you know, dumbbell curls and watch the market. I mean, you've got to do that stuff. I don't know about you, but I'm standing here from a little before 6 in the morning, and I'll be still standing. Last night I turned in at about 22:30. Makes for long days and not the most healthy for you if you're not doing something proactively to make up for it. And definitely don't sit down. Get yourself a stand-up desk. Yeah, well, have a good one. It was one of those 2.4% days, baby. Now you can tell everybody you sat and traded through a day where we didn't catch an IB. So that's 2.4% of the days out of 1,635. I don't know how many it is over the, 10 years or something. I have no idea. I don't pull that kind of data down off off of DT and IQ feed, I could, but then that's all going to be in the database, and the system has got to process it all and recalculate it all the time, and you know, that's not a good idea. Got about a minute and a half here. Mm. 30 seconds. Remember, the stream's live every morning, every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time for setup, backtest, setup, analysis, pre-market, get ready, reports, you know, all that stuff. And there we go. Boom. 1500. Have yourself a great evening. Get away from the screens, do something, get away, get up, get out, work out, drop down and give me 5 right now.